What's up, guys? Welcome back to another week of Cauldron Chronicles, which this week we're going to finish up the tutorial today. We just have a few pop-ups that I need to add. Over the weekend I did update the game guide. Sorry. It was kind of boring. And then we are going to jump into the depth level, which I don't know how long that'll take us. I guess it depends on what we want to add to that. We'll need to filter through the list, which we'll do today. And then Steamworks integration at some point, since we need to be able to upload the new build to Steam. And then after that, it's just gonna be bug fixing and testing. Polish off what we have and fix up anything that isn't working properly, and then just make the build, and we're ready to work on our documentation. So maybe if we will take a look at the calendar here real quickly. For the month, we are here. Thank you, Minecraft. Let's try to finish up with the depth level maybe by, I don't know. That's like 2-3 weeks. Let's aim for the end of the week. If we need to push it into next week with the depth level, we can. I want at least 1 full day of testing, maybe 2. We'll see. And then after that, it's just going to be documentation, pitch deck, a whole bunch of shit. And I'm gonna be meeting with Kotspur this weekend, sometime for a full day to do our feature list, our budget, and something else. Budget, feature list. It's something else I don't remember. We're getting down to the wire here, though. Alright, so let's do these pop-ups. I want one for fishing, farming, tasking, and alchemy. The fishing, farming, and tasking ones should pop up the first time that you visit them. Fishing is a little bit of a problem. I'll tell you why. I'll show you why. If I can pop over to the fishing. It would be really nice if the player had access to the pop-up at all times if they wanted it. So, it appears the first time that they can close it, but then they can reopen it. Now, we can do this, but probably only in this menu, in the bait selection menu. Because once you're in here, you don't have access to your cursor anymore. Fuck off with your stupid waterline problems. Jesus Christ, I hate that so much. I really, really do. It's so annoying. Fucking Christ. Yeah, fluid flux is just... I don't want to talk about it today. Let's not mention the F word. Okay, so we can do it in the bait selection menu. I'll rework the HUDs for that and it should get resolved. Let's make the pop-ups though. I made one yesterday for like the start of the game. Very briefly, just because I've heard this, a million times. People didn't know that you could hide the tutorial, even though it says it in giant blue letters. So the moment you collect the 5 ingredients here, oh, hold on. I did this out of order. This will pop up and say, hey, you can hide and show this. some tutorial stages we keep the tutorial widget open at some point, such as we'll ask to open the inventory. You can always close this if you want to see things better. You are able to click through the window, so if you're needing to interact with things behind the window, it is very much possible. Hey, Lepus. So I added that yesterday, and I went through the whole game guide, and I added some new sections too. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of basics about where fishing, farming, tasks, and like reputation stuff sit. And then I deleted some things that we weren't using anymore. I probably will have to go through it again just to finally clean things up. Just because some of it is a little old still. I'll probably do that today. Okay, so let's make the tutorial for, let's start with fishing. Don't think we need anything special here. What do we want to show for fishing? We want to show... Do we want to have a different one for fishing and for trapping? It's not really that much more work. Maybe? I'd have to store somewhere that the player has already seen the pop-ups for these, but that's pretty easy just to store in the game instance for now. Just store it as booleans. Why not? B has seen fishing pop up, and then we'll just duplicate that. Has seen trapping pop up. What's the depth level? It is a lot simpler than it sounds. It's just another level that I make where we don't care about art or anything, and we just make some ideas. We prototype some ideas that would be cool to put in the game, but that we don't want to have in the prototype level. Because it would take too much work to propagate throughout the level, or we'd have to change the whole level to fit it. So this is just like, if publishers are like, well, okay, but you know, it doesn't have as much depth as we'd like, we can be like, well, hold on. Here's a list of a whole bunch of ideas that we've prototyped. We can put those into a larger level if you pay us money. Or they can be fallback methods too. So it's like, okay, well, we thought that this one idea would work well, but it doesn't. So do we have any other ideas that we can use? Oh, this one would work well. And then we can put that into the game. They're going to be very, very dirtily made, very hard-coded. As quickly as we can make them and test them out, the better. I don't know if it's genius, just... We have some really cool ideas, and we don't have time to like put them into our prototype level. It would just take too long, or we don't have the right skills to do it properly to, you know, fit the rest of the visual vibe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll pull that up in a few hours, depending on how quickly I can get these pop-ups done. Fishing, trapping, alchemy, and let's do one more. Scene. Tasks. That was the last one. Couldn't remember it. I'm not gonna make functions for these either. I'll just manually set them and call them from the widgets. The prototype would have all the ideas, but I would have never thought of that. I mean, ideally it should, right? Ideally we should put all those ideas into the main level. The problem with some of them is that we didn't have those ideas until too late. So it's like, well, I don't want to remake the whole level. At least not right now. I don't think it's worth doing. Especially when we can just tell publishers, like, yeah, we didn't have this idea until later, and we didn't want to have to redo the whole level. That's what vertical slice is for. You know, that's why we're, like, making a fresh project from scratch, is so that we can take all these cool ideas and fit them in from the start. In which case, it'll be a lot better, it'll be a lot more cohesive. And less, like, patchwork, I guess is a good way to say it. Locating fishy. You know what? Let me do this. Let me delete this. I can re-show this image that we had before. We can start with just copying that. Let's see here. Bait selection. We'll put up a bait selection visual there. Every fish in Cauldron Chronicles has its own preferences for bait. While insects, worms, or snails are always a viable choice for most regular fish, others may need a bit of experimentation. Don't worry, however, because as you discover bait, all of that knowledge is easily viewable by your inventory. Ingredients have a separate tab that you can select to see fishing information. What's the deadline for the prototype? I'd like to have everything done by the end of this month. And, you know, we'll have to do testing, of course. And we can always improve things, right? If we start doing some pitching and publishers, let's just say, for instance, they really don't like the fishing minigame or something, like, we can change it. And then continue to do pitches after we make that change. Not a big deal, but I'd like to just have the first candidate done by the end of the month. We're going to take a bit of a rest, get all of our materials up, start pitching, and then we can come back and fix things as needed, or maybe add a new NPC if maybe publishers want to see those moral quandaries, right, that we talked about and want in our NPCs, and we don't have at the moment. The nice thing is that if we do want to start writing up like a new NPC, that is a very, it's a very non-intrusive process. Like, we can make a new NPC, we can add it to the game, and nothing else needs to be changed. We don't have to, like, modify a system or anything like that, so... After a few seconds in the water, if a fish in the location likes the bait you are using, they'll start moving towards the bobber. A few more seconds. You'll see an exclamation point appear over the bobber. Left click at this moment to hook the fish and attempt to catch it. If nothing is biting your bait, either there are no fish in the location, or your bait isn't preferred by any of the fish. And we will get a picture of we'll get a screenshot of the fish moving towards the bobber. Let me go do that. Let's go get it. I think that we hide the... Well, let me do this. The nice thing is that, you know, we can make like a shipping build for players, which will perform better than the development or debug builds, which, you know, was never a bad thing. But the cheat menu is separate, so everybody will have access to that, which will be very nice. It's not the greatest cheat menu in the world, but it's something. Okay, I want a picture of a fish on the bobber. I'm going to lose that fish, that's fine. I'm going to get another picture of the minigame. Let me get the fish at a reasonable stage here. Okay, that'll work. Possible to pitch an early idea just to have their opinion, not funds. Publishers have a list of everyone who pitches there. And the more you do and fail, they likely will close their doors to you. It is possible to pitch an early idea to get opinions. I wouldn't do it. I've done it before. But we were seeking funds, but we were also checking the idea. I think if you do it too much, and you don't do it out of, I guess, accidental sincerity, I don't know if that makes sense, then they might see, oh, this person is not really checking for... This person is not really legitimate, they're just kind of like fishing in the water and wasting my time, right? And you don't want to be seen as doing that. One Bakba. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Ass Creek, fishing minigame dev. We're actually writing up some tutorial stuff today. We're finishing with that. Hopefully all done today. Okay, we need those 2 images. Pop those in. T. Tutorial. Bobber. Tutorial. Fishing minigame. We can increase the size that one just a little bit. That'll work. This one is tall, but I do want to keep it large. What if it fish with an explosive potion? It would not be impossible. That's something that we could put into the depth level, for instance, right? Which we'll be working on later. In fact, let me add that as an idea to the article, because I know we've talked about that before, but I want to prototype it if we can. So we already have a bunch of ideas written down that we want to see, and we'll work on as many as we can in the time that we have. Ugh. Some of these could be propagated back to the main level, but we'll see. We shall see. If you successfully hook a fish, you can use left click to move the bobber up, and it will move down on its own slowly if you aren't clicking. Also, you can hold left click. Goal is to keep the gray bar over the fish, like you can see in the image here. As you do that, the bar to the right will fill up. Once fully filled, the fish is caught. Don't worry though. Even if you don't catch the fish, all bait knowledge is still learned. Hey, Tonic. Morning. I think that's good enough. I don't think there's anything else to say about fishing. Maybe a small thing. I don't know. I think that's pretty good. Player can learn the rest of the way. Let's duplicate that and make one for baiting. Let's go get some screenshots for baiting though. I just closed the game. That was my mistake. Oopsies. Yeah, let's get a screenshot of the traps in the water. Let me hide my crosshair. I think I already took a screenshot of the bait, or of the trapping spots. I'll see though. I think carp will catch something here, and then we can take a quick screenie of the possible catches. I could have sworn carp does. Let me try Elder Mist. Maybe not. I could have sworn that it did. We'll catch that. Maybe then what I'll do is I'll use this shot. And that shot. Trapping catches. T tutorial. Trapping bait. Trapping spot. Okay, those three will work. And then we'll need to make a duplicate. Okay. Trapping spots can be easily identified by looking for cages in water sources. For instance, the image on the left shows trapping spots in the lake shallows, while there's another set of cages down in the lowest depths of the lake. Hope you can spot them. Let's increase the size of that. Similarly to fishing, trapping spots need bait in order to function. However, their catching of marine animals is passive. So once you bait a spot, you can simply do something else and come back the future to check for catches. The trapping menu makes it easy to quickly restock or remove bait, showing you both how many pieces of bait are in the trap currently and how many are in your inventory. That'll work. Okay, what's the section after that? This would be the catches. Definitely increase the size of that one. As with fishing, each trappable animal has its own preferences. Why do we show the percentages there? What was the reason for showing percentages on the catch list? Does anybody remember what we were thinking when we made that? Is it relevant at all? What was the purpose of that? Let me take a look. Alchemy. I have no clue. I'm just gonna remove that. Because if I can't even remember what it was for, then clearly I don't know why it's there. Where do we set that up? Catch chance, catch chance. Yeah, just zoom past it. Yeah, I have no clue what the point of that was. I don't even know if it's used. Maybe it's if things have multiple pieces of bait, there's a different chance for them to be caught. But I don't think I even use that at the moment, so... Who cares?
I'm gonna come.
Right? How you doing, Lazy Fangs? Cascade Star, Flamefin Starfish, Sunburst Star. I think the goal was that if they had different... Or if they had the same preferences, that there would be chance to catch one or the other, but I don't think that ever even happens. So yeah, fuck that. So Weekend Bin, it was okay. It was okay. Nothing too crazy. Played some games, chilled out, did some work. The usual. Played some more Schedule 1. Yeah, pretty good game. It is an early access, right? I think it is. I get a lot of people comparing it to Cauldron Chronicles. I don't really know why. I think it's the minigame aspect. Weed Chronicles. It's more of a management tycoon game. Than, you know, in Cauldron Chronicles it's more of an RPG. They have some similarities, but I don't think it's that many. Drinking that black goo too much? Well, we'll see. We'll see if I die. If I die, you're right. If I don't, you're not right. So we'll see what happens. Okay, let's go throw Elder Mist in here again. Jesus, a lot of pop-ups. Calm down. Did I throw a size box in the name? No, it should stretch. Or I wrapped it. I did wrap it. I can fix that. Wait for an hour to pass. No, I think Schedule 1 is a pretty cool game. But it's pretty shallow at the moment, you know? Like all you're doing is just making drugs. But it's got a lot of potential, and I hope that the developer, I think his name is Tyler, really capitalizes on that potential. I think making the city more reactive, adding more side activities, reducing some of the micromanagement would be nice. Fixing up the AI a little bit. It's got potential though. Yeah, we'll do that one without the percentages then. Okay. And we can wrap that at, I don't know, I'll try boosting it up to 275. Or even 300. Okay, as the fishing, each trappable animal has its own preferences. With each passing in-game hour, the trap will attempt to catch an animal with the current bait. Once all bait is consumed, well, you can do it either way. You can collect these catches at any time, even there's still bait left, by clicking the collect catches button on the trapping HUD. Okay, that'll work. Let's hook these up. Set up fishing, let's see. I'm gonna throw it here. Get game instance. Has seen fishing pop up. Great widget. Add the viewport. think once the player clicks close on that, we can send input back to here. Just out of safety. Probably don't need to do this, but it'll work. Let's see. Okay, that'll work. And the viewport at a high Z level. And I think that'll splice it in just well. I'd like to make this always visible. I mean, at least this should work. Go see if it does. It should pop up over the bait menu. It should take focus. And then we can close that. Unfortunately, it does remove input. That's fine. Easy fix. Old code from the other ones. Beautiful. Bootyful. What does that say? Set up trapping. It's kind of weird that it's there. Whatever, let's ignore that. Set up widget. Blah, blah. Switch info panel. Okay. Do we hide all this? We do. I might add it to this screen and see how it looks. Although it will look a little bit weird. I know where I could put it. Let me try it up here. Do I have like a question mark image? I think I do. I don't really like the white space there, but whatever. Can't win them all. Also, like, still a border on it. There we go. Do we think that that's noticeable, or should we use the white key? Nah, this is pretty noticeable.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm.
Mushrooms can too. Hate CS? What are you doing, CSS? Module for TTRPG? The fuck do people find enough time to play TTRPGs? You guys are crazy. Was a place and a time? Maybe I'm weird then. My schedule's never good enough to know if I'm available. Yeah, let me fix that. There's different images for when it's hovered and when it's not. I kind of forgot about that. Streaming Discord and an abundance of systems really opened my eyes that there's more than just D&D. There are a lot of systems, aren't there? I've heard too many horror stories though of like weird sexual stuff going on. People forcing others into things. Listen to Aeon music? No, I haven't. Nerd rage? Do you have any examples of like nerd rage? No fall damage? No, not at the moment. There will be though, but not probably not in the prototype. We can implement it, but we don't have lightness working as like an effect yet, really. So we'll worry about it later. Either way, fishing pop-up is good. Done. Let's get this shit added to the trapping HUD. I could put it on here. But maybe just put it up here to be consistent. Oh, whew, sorry, I just remembered that Nintendo Switch 2 games will cost $90. Blessings by my face, thank you. Yeah, I need it. Very allergic to $90 games. Okay, that should work. We will need a modified trapping spot. And I just want to delete things from here. Undertale only $25 with upcoming full game size chapters provided for free. Oh, Deltarune. Never really gotten into Undertale. That's end trapping. But instead of has seen fishing pop up, has seen trapping pop up. And if crying, you should check out the anime Zenshu. What's it about? I watched the first episode of Witch Watch last night, which is an anime that or a manga that I started to read. It was pretty fun, so I was like, okay, I'll wait for the anime to pop off. And I was gonna check out the first episode of Lazarus, because that's made by the same guy that wrote Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. But it was only available in English dub for some reason, probably thanks to fucking Netflix. So I'm just gonna wait until the Japanese version is available. Artist eyes get isekai'd into a movie she loved as a kid. She has power to summon anything she can draw. I feel like I've heard of that. I feel like I heard of that. And I heard it was good. I'm watching Zenshu after a while, but does it make you cry later on? It's a Mappa original. Okay. I do like Mappa. They do a good job. Alright, let's check this spot, see if it works. It's the wrong pop-up. I'll fix that. It's the wrong one. That's the right one. I'm gonna use the same background color for these. Maybe I should wrap this in a border. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Story gets really dark and grim. I've heard that too about Made in the Abyss. And no spoilers, because I really want to watch it, but I've heard nothing but good things about Made in Abyss. Really got to get to that when I have time. Yep, it's been on my list for ages and ages, and I'm like, shit, dude, this looks really good. And right up my alley. Undergrim is like calling a death metal dude a classic enthusiast. Alright, hey, you don't have to sell me. I'm already interested. There's one manga though that I've been dying. I'm really into like really cozy things. You know, just like adults doing cozy shit. I love shit like that. And there's one manga that I've been dying for an anime to be made, which is Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You. And not to spoil anything about it, but it's literally just about like this like overworked salaryman who goes to a supermarket because he really likes the girl there. She smiles, like he just likes her smile. It just makes his day. That's the one thing that can cure him. And one day he doesn't see her there, and he's kind of sad, so he like goes behind the supermarket to have a smoke, and he sees this goth lady, essentially, mature lady smoking there too, and they just hit it off. And so the entire premise is just them interacting behind the supermarkets while smoking, and it's really, really cozy. But I love the character designs, and I just like the general feel of it. Pretty great. The cover for it. A fan of smoking? Well, you don't have to be a fan of smoking, but I like the premise of them just chilling out. Highly recommend reading it. There's this manga I've been reading too called Blooming Love. And it's pretty crazy because it defies all of the tropes of like rom-coms for manga. They date and bang, spoilers by the way, they date and bang before chapter 50. Blows my mind. Normally that would happen, you know, dating would happen at like chapter 200 of a rom-com, banging wouldn't even happen. Alright, let's move on. We have fishing and trapping done. What's next? Farming. Okay. Let's make this shit. Farming plots. Let's be tutorial pop-ups or a book. It's gonna be tutorial pop-ups for now because that is way easier to make. And plots found throughout the world in various biomes. So most of them will have to be unlocked. Right at the start of the game, however, you can find a few. I think it's a few, or is it only two? 1, 2, 2. You can find a couple around your hut. You can unlock more by completing tasks at the task board or the Shidri Farmers Cooperative and opening the chests they reward you with. We did make those obtainable, right? Right? Did I? I know I made the items and they worked when they were usable. Did I actually ever hook those up to the loot? I might have forgotten to do it. Unless I hard coded it. You know what? Let me check. let me just cheat it and check. I might have hard coded it because it would have been easier. We have them here. We have the farming plots. Oops, maybe I didn't hook those up. Farming plot spawn. Oopsies. Imagine not remembering every single aspect of this huge game you're making. Yeah. Yeah. That does happen. It's happened with every game I've worked on. Yeah, I must have just forgotten. Like I made the items usable. I made them working, and then I just never made them properly loot. Let me see here then. Let's double check. I have to hard code the fuck out of this. Those folders could use a little color coding. They could. The problem is that the color coding is only per user. So if I like go home and I do some work, it doesn't carry over, unfortunately. I do it with some things, like for certain important folders. BP's good. What are you on about? We're not even talking about BPs. How well is your game coming along, Lazy Fangs? Then we'll see how good BPs are. Link ID. I could just store the ID. Maybe I should store the ID. Which one? Oh, you're making the classic choice of working on a whole bunch of games at once. I think we're all guilty of that. I'm not anymore though. Every time I tried to start a new smaller game with some people. None of them work on the game. It happened with Decimation. You know, we had like, I don't know, like 10 people interested in working on Decimation. You want to know the only person that actually made any updates to that repo? Oh, for choosing Unreal? My game's getting made. I'm just gonna hard code the fuck out of this. The only thing I can do. Okay, the simplest solution is to grab all currently owned or used farming plots. Do I have like used items? Yeah, I have to get used items. Okay. Check for available farming plots to spawn. Get all own junk IDs, get used items. We'll combine these. Stop saying I'm making a game. I'm psychologically inducing myself to keep thinking it's a prototype. I mean, you should work on a prototype first. It's the smartest solution. In fact, I think that even though it might take a little bit longer, you have a higher chance of success at making a prototype of your game before just starting to make the game. I see it all the time in here, and I'm gonna, you know, if you're part of this, sorry, but I'm gonna call you out. Everybody tries to just make their game perfectly the first time around. I promise you 99% of the people that try to do it that way will not make their game, ever. It's just not gonna happen. Prototype your game first, learn everything you need to know, and then remake it all from scratch. And that's when you can do it the right way, because you'll be like, yep, I know exactly how the system should look. And I know how not to do it now because the previous way was dirty and wasn't done right. And you'll still have things that you need to refactor, but it will be dramatically lower than anything else. I don't care about duplicates. Yeah, it can be multiple prototypes. Yeah, you can do multiple separate projects, or even like separate levels. You can even just make like little mini games. You know, like in order to prototype our commission system to see if it was fun to have to perform the puzzle of alchemy, we just took the alchemy map that we first made and we just made like a randomly generating thing of 10 commissions. That's all it was. And it was like, okay, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's fun to figure out how to make the correct potion. And that was it. I'm about trying to make a cutscene, mainly that I hate making cutscenes. Okay, I need to get all farming plots. These all have farming underscore plot in them. That'll be an easy check. We're not looping through too many things either here, so this is fine. Yeah, the new templates do look pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to those. There's gonna be like a racing template, new top-down first-person, third-person templates. What else are there? UE 5.6 templates. Oh, new vehicle template, a side-scrolling template, top-down first-person horror template, third-person template. Oh, top-down strategy and top-down action templates, and then third-person combat template.
We're up and running.
Yeah, this will be nice. A good camera on that too. Arguably one of the most important and challenging things to make work well with a top-down game. Or a side-scroller, sorry. Ooh, wall jumps too? Yeah, easy to do. You can watch our tutorial how to make that. That was a nice little template for it. This means I'm going to see more of these on Kickstarter, though. Yeah, the camera, though, is definitely a very nice feature of this. Very, very nice. Okay, let's see. Remove the used farming plots. I could... Could I do a reverse for each loop? Or would that kind of fuck it up, maybe? I can try it. I have a backup solution though if this is gonna be a bitch about it. Yeah, do an is not empty. Or we could just return that. I'll change this. Let's do reward random farming plot. Yeah, I should just be able to update junk inventory directly. I was overthinking it. How you doing, Kent? It's very hard coded. I don't remember where we wanted to originally put those. But who cares? Who cares? Let me make a cheat for this. Do the smart thing. I'll just make a cheat for rewarding 100 chests, because why not? Because if I use the current one where, you know, we can add usable items, then they'll be in my inventory. But what I want to do is I want to check if the player has that plot in their inventory. It's a little bit messy though. No, it's fine. It's fine. It'll work. What are we saying? Cheat. adds 100 of each task reward chest to your inventory. Okay, this should be pretty easy. Let's just update junk inventory. 100. Yeah, we can show these on the loot widget. Why not? Oh, I missed one. The Alchemist. Good enough for me. Okay, that means the farmer's chest should reward me with a farming plot. Miss Muir Lake, okay. Golden Wastes. What? They should, I think they are completely unique though. There's not like duplicates. So we should be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we shouldn't get any more. Hut. Another hut. There's 4 hut ones. Miss Muir Lake. Guess there were 2 of those? Yeah, there's 2 lake ones. Crystal Cave. Golden Waste, there were 2 of those. Mine Shaft, only 1 of those. Hut. I don't remember where the last one is. Crystal Cave. Oh yeah, there were 2 of them there. And then that should be it. It shouldn't reward me with any more. Okay, let's use these. And no more rewards. Okay. Unsurprisingly, I made the function without any bugs. Pretty usual for me, so, you know. Just kidding, it's not usual. The usual is that there's at least a bug in there. But I'm very glad that on a day where I just want to, or a week where I just want to get shit done, I did make a bug. Okay, back to the farming plot. Now you can actually unlock more by completing tasks at the task board for the Sheedry Farmers Cooperative and opening the chest they reward you with. That is now true and real. What do we want to talk about with farming? I want to get some screenshots of the farming window and like seeds. Maybe like collecting seeds. Biomes and light levels. greenhouse maybe we can talk about. That sounds pretty good. So this one we will make collecting seeds. This one will be what? Biomes and light levels. And then I'm gonna duplicate this one. Oh, hold on. Wrong order. And this one will be greenhouse. Something works in the first try, the bug is so bad it'll show up in the most bizarre way and fuck everything up. Oh, you know what? You're probably right about that. I mean, how many problems have we had with the fucking reworked alchemy? I'll be happy when the programmers can just rewrite that. Alright, give me 1 second. Go to the bathroom. Enjoy the Starbound soundtrack. Good soundtrack. Actually, recently Chucklefish showed off some initial footage of their new game that I've been waiting for like years. Forget the name of it. It's the Magic Academy one. I'll pull it up. They showed screenshots ages, like, I don't know, at least 5 years ago. Please, yeah, don't update that right now. Don't do that. What is it? Chuckle Fish. Witchbrook, that's the one. Life sim where you get to play as a witch, a wizard. This was their first look. I hope we get another banger soundtrack. Chucklefish has 4-day work weeks, actually. They're a very pro developer. Okay, can I sex a lady? Can I have a demon baby? Nice, good driving. Casual Italian driving. I think it'll be a multiplayer too. I think it's a life sim. I don't know if they talk about, or if they have talked about the gameplay yet. Hey, watching this is Witchbrook from Chucklefish. Same developers as Starbound. Trailer for CC. Yeah, there's some multiplayer. Or at least it's mocked up. But it looks good. They're doing some co-dev too with Robotality. I don't know that studio. Attending classes, completing assignments, expanding your knowledge at Witchbrook College. You have exams, brew potent potions, compete with your coven to be top of the class, rituals, some astronomy stuff it kind of hints at, friendships and relationships, romance, build your own house and shit. Start a business, help locals, plant stuff. Craft things. It's more like, I guess, like set your own goals sort of thing. Yeah, kind of like Stardew. We'll see. We'll see. I have been, wanting to play this game forever, so whenever it comes out, I will definitely play it. It looks like a lot of fun. Shut up. Alright, let's get screenshots for the greenhouse. And the seed page, and maybe of one that is planted and not growing. Car's always funny. It kind of reminds me of, I guess I would bet that one of their biggest inspirations was Kiki's delivery service. Just for like the general feel and the vibe of the game. Ghibli in general, yeah. I've always wanted to work at someplace like Chucklefish. Would be pretty cool. It's also nice having 4-day work weeks. That's one of our long-term goals at Microraptor. You gotta work for those 4 days. I'm okay with it. You're telling me? The one that does 7 to 8 hour streams with no breaks? I can do that shit. Go potty, that's a break. That's to Fab, that's to Goon. I need a farming tick to occur. There we go. Okay. Seeds can be collected directly from plants when you harvest/collect them. They can also be obtained from loot sources in the world, as well as tasks. Let's grab this, this, and this. Tutorial. Okay, let's replace this with seeds. Biomes and light levels. Hard to see. Every plant has its own preferences for biomes and light levels. That it will grow in. Each farming plot will automatically filter seeds out that don't, or that can't be grown in that biome. And the farming tooltip, as well as the HUD, will inform you if the light levels are inadequate. I think that's how you spell inadequate. Be pretty inadequate if I spelled it incorrectly. That is correct, okay. Light level is determined by both time of day and weather. So you might get unlucky with a cloudy streak. Just be patient. It'll pass. Technically, the player could also perform a ritual to change the weather. We'll be prototyping that, though, this week. With some of the ritual, or maybe, well, this week or next week. Depends. Too big. Keep an eye out for a merchant in the prototype. She may sell a greenhouse upgrade for your hut. It's a little pricey. Make sure you save up some money or have some things you can sell to her. These greenhouse plots can grow plants from any biome except the underwater biome.
Shiitake?
It can grow shiitake, but are still beholden to light levels from day and weather, from time of day and weather. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's go make it pop up. Yeah, this is still the parent, okay. We can throw it in here. Begin farming. I didn't make that Boolean, okay. Now we have. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me, hey, have you used gameplay tags for this? Shut up. These nuts in your mouth? Dude, I agree. To me, I feel like gameplay tags are drugs, and the more people push it on me, the less I want it. Okay, that'll pop up. Let's go to the farming HUD. What kind of tags? Gameplay tags. We'll put it on here. Right up at the top, like usual. Okay, let's do that. That should work. It will work. Let's double check too and make sure that these buttons aren't focusable. Such musical music. This is from Octopath Traveler, the first one. And literally the entire soundtrack is this good. I'm very jealous. It's the 2.5D game made in Unreal. This is the second one. Probably the best example. Actually, honestly, the best example of a 2.5D game that I've seen. Maybe along with like Ori and Trine. Good genre. It's not really a genre. Good a type of camera angle. I don't know. There's a word for it. I don't know what the fuck it is. I want more 2.5D games. That's what I'm trying to say. Hey Tilo, how you doing? One day I'll make that gritty noir detective 2.5D game. Bad weather, bad mood. Yeah, the weather got shit here in Poland. Like Friday was beautiful. It was amazing. Like 18 degrees Celsius. Sunny, awesome. You know, there's a lot of Easter markets in a lot of the cities. And then 8 degrees Celsius the next day. And then 3 degrees Celsius on Sunday. And then today it's gonna be 5, Tuesday 7, Wednesday 10, and then Thursday and Friday it's gonna rain. Ugh. It's so funny. Right? It looks pretty cold. I'm in Poland. Land of Poles. Very pretty sunny. I mean, it is sunny today. It's just not very warm. But I put cardboard in front of my window on my office to block out the sun because it messes with my chroma key. And good weather in London, which is unusual. From what I've heard about London, that does sound pretty unusual. Okay, farming and fishing are done. Tasking is the next one. Let's go make it. Only winter and summer, no in between. I like the summers here. Don't much like the winters here in Poland. They're very warm winters. Too warm? They're not very warm at all. they're pretty cold. Tasking. They're very mild summers. Or I didn't come from Florida. This is in Fahrenheit. Where do I switch it? So like highest you'll get is like 23, 24. It's pretty mild. For people who use Fahrenheit, you're looking at like 73, 76. Well, these are averages. They're just averages. They should have the highs here. You would think that they would. I'll compare that to roughly where I came from in the US. You can see that averages were higher. Colder winters, hotter summers. These are just averages though. So I'm used to more extreme temperatures. Which is weird too, because if you look at the map, the latitudinally, whatever the word for that is, Wisconsin's closer to the equator. Do you think it would get warmer? Just won't account for my sweaty ass during last summer. Well, I mean it's pretty similar in terms of the temperature peaks, to be honest. Washington, D.C. can get pretty crazy, though. Remember when I was in Washington? Like, I was actually surprised. I was in Washington, D.C. for the summer for a Boy Scout thing. Holy shit, was that hot. This is the average, by the way, not even the peak. Crazy. And again, you would think, you know, it's not too far off. But it can get hot as shit. Tasks and reputation. Tasking in Cauldron Chronicles. We'll do an overview. Tasks are optional activities. I was going to say tasks again, that you can perform for various rewards, both material and material rewards and reputation rewards. All randomly generated. While some are randomly generated, others are more specific, either having you explore a specific... Evan, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing, guys? Happy
Evan
Monday.
raided my stream with 19 viewers.
What's up, guys? Using an LLM to read and make decisions for you, a tool such as speedrun for CC? An LLM to read and make decisions for you? How would that work? Hey, guys. Good morning, or good evening, or afternoon, whenever you guys are... I don't know where you're living. While some are randomly generated, others are more specific, either having you explore a specific location or solving puzzles that exist in the world. LMs can read text on screen since a while now. What would be the use case for that? It would read the characters jabbering to make a decision of what to do. I mean, if you want to use that, I guess you can. You're not going to know what decisions do, though, because you won't know if characters are like lying to you or misleading you. So there are some things that I think the LLM would not be able to figure out very well. We'll do a section for the task respawn time or task spawning. Let's think here. Task spawning. Taking tasks. And then we'll do one for completing tasks. Oh, fuck off. Completing tasks. It would be curious to see, you know, somebody like feed information to an LLM and have it try to think of how to solve a character's story. I don't know if it'll do it very well, but it'd be cool to see. Let's get some screenshots of this. Explore location, Crystal Cave. Okay, let's... Oh, I need to fix the camera angle on this too, because we used to have that HUD pop-up. Now that we don't have that, we can center this. I don't know why I didn't fix that back. Fix task board camera. Play video games are one of the hardest things for LLMs so far. Did you see the attempt to play Pokemon? For LLMs? No. I saw that Microsoft made... They made Quake with like AI, but it looked really shitty. I don't know what they're trying to do. Who the fuck wants to play that? Let's go play Quake. Why would I play AI generated Quake when I can just go play Quake? We also need context controls needed for task board. Get the concept of infinite content that reacts to what you do, but I don't think it's ever going to be very good. And it's going to be so samey because AI generated content is just really shit and it doesn't have good memory. What is the purpose of AI generated games when we have real ones that are better in all ways? All I see is you speaking truth, sir. Perpetual TTRPG session. Cost greed money. I think it's a fad. I think it's like 3D games, you know, 3D TVs. I think players are interested in it only because they haven't experienced it before. And the moment they experience it, they'll be like, okay. Yeah, I prefer handwritten games like Witcher. And Baldur's Gate 3 or something, you know? I do like LLMs. I will say that. LLMs are fantastic. They are one of the greatest tools to exist right now, and if you don't know how to use them properly to augment your workflow, what are you doing? Maybe I should make a separate section for the task storage too, or just like an image. Yeah, let me get a screenshot of that. Yeah, there's some pretty incredible uses of AI. Did we watch the same, I think it was a Veritasium video, Lazy Fangs? About AI being used to... Yeah, okay. Which, if people don't know, Veritasium is probably one of the greatest YouTube channels right now for like educational and cool science stuff. Highly recommend. He makes really great videos. They're not clickbaity, they're not, you know, short form content. They are sometimes, you know, high level but still deep dives into complex topics. Oh, thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Windows. Wrong place. Oopsies. Tutorial task storage. Tutorial accept task. Turn in task. Once you interact with the task board, you can right click tasks to zoom in and out. When zoomed in, you can I thought it was when you hover. Wait, is there a bug? Or am I just crazy? Maybe not. No, we're fine. These buttons can be clicked on, but who cares about those? Once you're at the taskbar, you can right-click tasks to zoom in and out. When zoomed in, you can accept tasks, which will pause their timer for replacement. There is no time limit to any task once accepted, so feel free to complete them at your leisure. Tasks at any stage, even before taken, can be abandoned. Abandoned tasks will reappear, or can reappear, on the board in the future. Of the one about the blue LED, that one was really cool. I had no idea just how difficult it was to make a blue LED and why we hadn't seen blue LEDs before that. And then you realize like the entire cyberpunk future. I mean the Tokyo LED city, views. The central square of New York. It's all thanks to that one Japanese man that just wouldn't give up. It's pretty crazy. Tasks spawn will spawn every 4 hours if a slot is available. Every 4 in-game hours, let's clarify. If no spot is available, the board will wait until a spot is available, and then spawn one the next time it checks. Some tasks can only ever be completed once, and you won't see them again, while others may appear multiple times. Okay, let's add in one more section. We'll change this one to task storage. Completing tasks. Next to the task board is the task storage. This is the only place where the game will check for compatible items / potions when attempting to complete tasks. As you fill it up, if the items can complete tasks, you'll see that progress on each task scroll. Once turning in a task, the items will get removed from the task storage. Hey, Wetwork. Morning. How are you doing? Hey, Vero. Help? What do you need help with? How's it going? It's going well. How's it going for you? Dinner time here in Japan, doing well though. What are you having for dinner? One of my favorite things in... I'm not a big sushi fan. I know it's sacrilege to hear in Japan, right? Donburi, though, might be some of my favorite Japanese dishes. Just a nice rice dish, pork cutlet, scrambled egg. Peak. What are you working on? I'm working on some pop-ups that appear for the tutorial. So when the player interacts with the new system, or when they want to read more about that system, or to, you know, if they don't know how to use that system, they can see a little tutorial pop-up window with pictures. Hate seaweed, but I like nigiri, the sushi without it. You know what? I have to try more, because I know that they can make... It's not sushi, but there's a type of sushi. There's a type of that same kind of dish with cooked fish, and I don't know what that's called. Alchemy RPG though, love alchemy. Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, it's an alchemy RPG, so you have handwritten NPCs that appear, and depending on what potion you give them, might change their fates, right? You can make any potion you want, you can give any potion you want to an NPC. You know, if a knight in shining armor comes up and he's all looking forward to go to a dungeon, he wants a health potion, but you give him poison, yeah, maybe he dies. See what happens to the story with that, right? And thank you for the follow, man. Barbecue chicken with rice. Ooh, I'm jealous. Once you complete tasks, you can turn them in at the board to obtain the rewards listed on the scroll. Chests will go to your inventory and can be opened from your other tab. Reputation is immediately rewarded. The scroll will disappear, freeing up a slot for a new task to be spawned. I probably should have... I probably should have a separate section too, just about reputation. Although we don't use it very much at the moment. Let me cheat reputation and get the merchant to appear. Let's see here. Progression, maxwell reputation, tutorial finish, inventory, test potions. It should work. We'll get Spoon to spawn. Oh, nope, it's Alaric first, that's right. We'll get him killed. Game looks very high quality. I appreciate that. I will say all the visuals are placeholder. We're going to be pitching the game to some publishers very soon here within the next month and throughout the rest of the year. We're going to be looking for about probably 4 to 5 million in funding to make the entire game. Invalid string for score. Hold on. Invalid string score pop up when killing Alaric. We'll fix that. Could be that your knight you give poison doesn't use it and it is attacked by a creature who swallows the poison and dies. Could be. It could be, and then he comes back and he's not very happy with you because you tried to get him killed. I like that. I mean, our system allows for all that. We can write pretty much any scenario that comes to our minds. Did we fix the tree, or was that still bugging? No, we still have to fix that. Prefer to start pitch decking my game too? Could I take a peek at your deck when it's ready? You can actually see the deck. I'm gonna show you and give you a link. This is our old deck, but I can at least show that to you. On our website, you can actually download all of the documents for the publishers that we have, which includes our old, this is from last year, old pitch deck, fact sheet, GDD, and budget. And that will be updated. And I can share the new versions of all those when we get those updated too. Last year we pitched the game as an adventure puzzle hybrid game. That was stupid. But to be fair, we didn't know very much about the game. Are you part of the Golden Waste Merchanteers? What has she said? Yeah, I could just take a screenshot of this. To show us like, hey, earning reputation can unlock dialogue options. Tutorial reputation. Okay, here we go. Reputation. Kind of a small image. As your reputation with various factions increases, you might find new encounters unlocking, or in the case of very negative reputation, encounters being unavailable. Additionally, new dialogue options could appear or disappear depending on Reputation. With factions. Good enough. Alright, let's get this thing to appear. Task board. I don't really know where to put this. I could keep it consistent and put it up with the task name. It'll work. It's not the greatest location, but it will work. Copy. Let's wrap this with horizontal box. Fill. Paste. Center. Unreleased. Tutorial pop-up tasking. When we go back to tasking, I don't know if we want to set input to anything specifically. But we'll try it. We will try it. I think it'll work fine though. Okay, we want to copy this. Tutorial tasking. As seen tasks pop up. Oops. This one. I'll put this on the task storage too, just in case the player interacts with that before the task board. Oops. We'll see if this works. It definitely appears. I can still right click. We'd have to pull input away. Easy fix. We need that there. We need get actor of class. This is the task board. Disable input. And then on the tutorial pop-up tasking, when the player closes, re-enable input. I could remove the mapping context, but I think that this will suffice. The player can't zoom in. Close, I can zoom in. Open this, no zoom, can't leave. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Cool. That one is finished. Let me double check the farming pop-up real quick. We just don't need that. Although technically... I'll do that for safety. Okay. Last one would be alchemy. I can put the question mark on the alchemy HUD for this. We kind of give the player the run through of how to do alchemy through the tutorial, but so I'm not going to show it the first time the player does alchemy. I think. But I will make it always visible for the player to engage in. Or we can wait. Because I want to see how well the alchemy tutorial teaches the player. Because tasks, farming, fishing aren't part of the tutorial at all. But alchemy is part of the tutorial. I'd like to see how that performs on its own before we need to make a pop-up. So maybe that's good enough for the moment. We can move on to the depth level, but first I want to just quickly run through the game guide that we have on the escape menu. I rewrote some of this over the weekend. So most of it should be okay. Yeah, this is a little awkward. Where's the potion throwing one? What we have now. Let's say you can hold R&B to aim and see representation of the arc that a thrown potion will take. Players can press L and B to throw a ball that actually no, we just throw the potion. Currently, anything that would normally require a potion to be thrown at it will accept this mystical yellow ball as payment. Yeah, we don't need that. When the potion hits something, any working relevant effects will play out. In many cases, this will appear as a spherical representation of the effects that were on the potion. That was a little bit better. Clearing obstacles, solving puzzles, etc. Gathering will be deeper. Some ingredients harvestable only during certain times of day. This is true. And I think the controls are all up to date. WASD, E to interact, space to jump. Tap to open discovery menu, C to open cheat menu. Escape to open pause menu. Hotbar, R and B to aim, L and B to throw. F to drink. Fishing, swimming. I could add the task board here. R&B to zoom in and out of tasks. That's pretty much it. Okay. It should work. Let's re-import. Taskboard camera, let's fix that. Where's the freight ring that brings us random potion components from the Fae? What scripting language does Unreal Engine use? It uses blueprints, so its own system. But you can also do C++, and there are a couple of plugins, I think, to support C#. Let me check, and I know they exist. Python, yes, you're right about that, Turning Cog. I think that's native. Well, I know that they exist. But it's mostly C++. In cases where it's not, it's Python, and then there's blueprint scripting, like you'll see here for visual coding. Okay, that's fixed. Invalid string for score. I gotta find where that's pooping that. Invalid string for score match test? I mean, it should be 0. Kinda weird. Potion outcome trigger score threshold. How's the engine treating you today? Thankfully, no problems yet. Let's see where I put this. Yeah, this is a dummy one. This can be removed. That was the issue. Okay. That's fixed. Yeah, because we don't grant the restore health tag. Kotspur would know how to fix that. Let me see if he's around. He's very busy though right now, so. He is online. Quick question. Since restore health doesn't add tag, how can I check tree to heal if it receives effect? He might pop in or just tell me. Could I check the handle? Gameplay effect. Did I just check that? Got the Lurdy's assets I was eyeballing for a long time. They definitely need some work. Let's have a pretty consistent base look. What are those assets? What do they look like? Apply to Aetherlight. Didn't check the right one. Higher end UE4 look. Oh. Let me check what that actually poops out. Okay, restore health, restore health. There we go. It went right through it. Probably because a gameplay effect isn't being added. It is consuming the potion though, isn't it? Yeah, that one does pass it, so it's not applying the gameplay effect at all. But I don't imagine that gameplay tag change will actually fire the restore health. Let me see. It's a crazy potion. 5 effects. Did print hello. Let me make just a potion of restore health. No, it just gets consumed. I could hard code it a little bit. Target tags must have undead. Okay, so that removes health. And I think the problem is because it's an instant effect. So it can't, it's not really adding an effect, and it's not adding a tag because it's instant. I suppose what I could do is I could add a tag and then just add another attribute and then do bind an event to like health changed. Maybe? Let me see if I can figure out how that's handled. Granted attributes, granted effects, GE undead. And I guess that innately provides the tag. Let me try this. Healable. Grant tags. Healable. I don't think we need anything else here. And then in tree to heal, granted effects. Healable. Bind event to health change. We'll do that instead of this one. Then on GE restore health, let's add another modifier. We probably do need to give it an attribute set. That's fine. We'll do target tags, must have tags. Healable. And maybe I've understood this well enough that this will function. Ooh, dragon. How are you doing? I'm gonna try killing it too. I don't think it'll do anything, but we'll see. What are your thoughts on Unity? I think it's a very good engine to make games. Not like gonna delete if it runs out of health, right? It absorbed the potion. Unreal better? Unreal's better for some things. Unity is better for others. They both have their bonuses and negatives. Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to make. Why does that not do anything? What do I think the pros and cons are? I mean, it's hard to just list them out. I mean, an easy way to put it that doesn't really go into details is that you can do a lot of things in Unreal right out of the box, but you'll have to turn a lot of things off that you don't want. And in Unity, you can't do a lot of things out of the box, and you'll have to turn on or buy plugins for the things that you don't want. Or that you do want. Just isn't even sending it. Wonder if I set that up correctly. Isn't Unity easier? No, not really. That's a common misconception, I think. People often say, "Oh, it's the best engine for newbies." I don't think it is. There are much better engines than both Unity and Unreal for beginners. Things like RPG Maker, Game Maker. Yeah, they're all hard in their own ways. I would agree with that. What made me choose Unreal? I find it easier for my visual needs with coding, and it's also a very capable engine. It has a lot of tools that I can just use right out of the box. I've been using it for over 10 years, so it's just kind of... it's ingrained in me at this point. It's familiar. And there's a lot of studios that use it, so it's very easy to find jobs with studios that are making Unreal games. Not so much, you know, you're not going to find that often with some engines. I thought I set that up. Yeah, I'll get Cutsper to look at that. It's more art-based. The blueprints are nice to make materials without needing to build them in Designer first. That too. Because I swear Unity is easier to understand. I've tried both though. On Real Blueprint system, I just can't wrap my head around. It just depends on how your brain works. I have seen people. Yeah, I agree with Turning Cog. I have programmer friends that just cannot wrap their head around blueprints. Personally, I can do blueprints just as fast or even faster than an experienced programmer can make a class. Let's just save. Let me see here. Casper got back to me. Effect that adds tag for infinity duration, for instance. That is basically trait, which I added. Create new effect that adds some tag for either infinity or some duration that can only be applied if owning system have tree to heal. Add new component that has applied additional effect. Oh. Create new effect. Okay, so rather than modifying this, I might just have him take a look at it. I'm just gonna have him look. I don't know what I'm doing with this one. I got more important things to check out today. Hey, Casper. Here, but you can't listen. That's not the most useful. Do you feel Blueprints is more powerful in raw code? No, but in many cases it is just as powerful. I'll put it that way. Let me just type back to him. I'll just have you look into it. Because I kind of got the trait set up, but don't know how to go from there. I'll work on other things. Interesting how one people find things easier over other things. Yeah. For me, blueprints are just so easy to just do things with. I'll DM him on Discord. Well, he already knows about it. Context controls needed for task board. Where are my context controls? To find out what you work with best, it's kind of like Harry Potter one choosing you type thing. Yeah. I mean, I think the beauty is that, you know, a designer who knows blueprints really well can work extremely well with a programmer who knows the C++ well, and vice versa. Like, they do need to complement each other, because there's some things, like, for instance, like, Cutsper and I work on Cauldron Chronicles, but neither of us could do everything on our own. So I can do things in Blueprint that he doesn't need to touch in code, and he can do things in code that I don't need to touch in Blueprints. And that way we are both coding, but in different forms and for different things. I always forget where my stupid context control is. It's named something really weird. And I don't remember where. Either way, it's right here. Okay, this is a mess of a state machine, and I hate it. but it does function. It does. It doesn't function well, but it functions. Do we have any check for if the player is tasking? Yes, we do. Well, a bunch of shit easier to prototype fast and then replace some of that with CPP once I get it to what it needs to do. Yeah. Blueprints are really, really fast to prototype with. Not one size fits all. True. Hey, Zephyrus. Get actor of class. Task board. Do a validity check. Is at task board. Boolean. We have one for zoomed as well. Do you feel Unity can produce just as high quality games as Unreal? 100%. 1000% yes. Of all types. I mean, take a look at, like, Genshin Impact is Unity. You can make very well-running MMOs with large worlds. Interesting visuals. So it's not really just this newbie engine, even though people use that as one of its pros. It is not a no. I don't think that Unity or Unreal is a newbie engine. But it's also not a newbie engine in the sense that it can't do impressive things. It 100% can. I'm not sure if the current version of Unity is popularized as a newbie engine. Maybe not as much as it used to be. Back before Unreal 4, Unity was definitely touted as the newbie game engine. Once Unreal 4 came out, I think that started to switch a bit. And for some people, you will find working with blueprints to be a lot easier than doing raw coding. And as blueprints became more performant, you can 100% make a game using only blueprints. Without a doubt. What are your thoughts on Godot? Do you feel it's being used by studios on the market or mainly dominated by Unreal? Unity, Unreal, and proprietary engines, I think, are still the top three. Godot is getting better, but if you're working with Godot at the point where you want to make a full game, you probably have enough skills just to download some rendering libraries and write your own engine. You know, it's not a perfect comparison, but I don't know. Godot doesn't have much of the market share at the moment. Has it even been used commercially yet? I imagine it has. I can't name any Godot games off the top of my head. The best engine to use is the one that makes your game complete. That's about it. Cauldron Chronicles can be made in most engines. Nothing really specific about Unreal that we're using here. That'll work. Cheat menu we could do. Tab does have the tab or escape to close. I think fishing and farming both also have proper context controls. Not really. Kind of feel like engines are just tools at the end of the day and people should make games whatever they want. Yes, without question. That's exactly what it should be. Just know the pros and cons of the engine that you're using and how to work with it. Parkour. So we still need context controls for farming and cheat menu. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Your B. It's a nice water, is that a custom shader? It is Fluid Flux, a horribly documented, very fucky, annoying piece of shit thing to work with that costs $300, but it does look nice. 0 out of 10. Yeah, the water looks nice. And the system does have its uses. The underwater shaders are nice too. You know, good post-process. But I don't particularly enjoy working with it at all. And I think it's more trouble than it's worth. At least for our game. Okay, farming. I think we do have like some... Whatever we do to check if the player is... reading, swimming, fishing state, not fishing. What do you think makes a good game? It takes the player enjoying the game. That's what makes a good game. Oh, from development point of view? Oh, like a feature? I mean, gameplay is always going to be king in most cases. There are some genres where I think that visuals do reign supreme to gameplay. But that doesn't mean that your gameplay can be complete shit. It just means that if your gameplay is just decent, but your art is really good, you might be able to win by that. Talented, thank you for the follow. Current farming plot. Do we set that to false when the player ends farming? So we could check that. Other systems, lighting, shadows. Nah, none of that really matters. It might make a trailer more appealing, but I don't think it would make the game good. I should not do this here. I'm skipping what? I'm skipping farming. Don't look at it. Yeah, it's flavor. Like it, you can make a game better by having a good weather system or something, or cool shadows. But most games don't rely on those to actually make the gameplay fun. Yeah, I have had moments. Elden Ring would be one. And memorable moments absolutely will make a game, if they're positive memorable moments, they will make a game better. I don't think they're the end all be all though. Because if the gameplay isn't good, then you're not going to reach those moments in most cases. You know, if Elden Ring's combat was like shit, I would have just turned the game off after a few hours and I wouldn't have gotten to those really cool visual moments. And I wouldn't want to slog through shit gameplay to get to those moments. I think hot anime girls can do a lot of damage. They make a game marketable. They do make a game marketable. No filler bits? Define filler. I don't know if escape will close the cheat menu. I'll have to check. Just stretch the time between quests or to fill empty space. I mean, sometimes moments like that can be very cathartic. I mean, imagine that like some gut-punching, emotionally horrible moment happens in a game. You might have a moment where players are just, you know, walking after that, right? Just to help them process mentally what happened. I mean, game design is all just a game of emotions and manipulating players' emotions and feelings. What do I think about PoE 2? I'm not a big fan of the game, personally. It does some pretty cool things, other parts aren't very enjoyable to me. I don't like it's very rewarding. It's a slog. Yeah, it kind of is to me. The movement speed is just needlessly slow. I don't like how a lot of the battles play out. I think the game itself is pretty unrewarding. And I prefer PoE 1 in almost every way. The game looks good though. I think a lot of the effects, the monsters, some of the boss design is really, really awesome. Like the Act 1 boss is beautifully designed and really cool. But I load it up, I go through Act 1 on like a new character and I just feel as if the game doesn't want me to play it. Like, oh, this really cool base type, let me make it rare. Oh, it's okay, it needs maybe like one more thing. Oh, I have no currency, and I'm not going to have any currency of that for another 5 hours of the game. And this item just didn't roll the way I wanted it to. Okay. Meanwhile, I can go over to, PoE 1 or Last Epoch, or pretty much any other ARPG, and be like, okay, let me try out crafting this item. Okay, it's pretty decent. Yeah, it works well enough. It's Act 1 or 2. The game should be a bit easier now, because I'm figuring out my build path and what I want and mix match some skills. This one isn't very fun. Let me try a different support gem. And it's like in PoE 2, it's like, no, if you do not do this thing, if you play the wrong way or you don't use this skill, you will not have fun. And guess what? If you have fun, we will nerf it to the ground for the next league. God forbid, I just want to play the first act of your game and experiment. A little bit. No experimenting allowed. Horrible power progression feeling too. It feels like the moment you get a little bit of power, the next area you enter is just as hard as it was before you got that power. And it just keeps doing that. You don't feel as if your character is actually gaining any sort of reasonable power to take on the things that you're fighting. Meanwhile, in Last Epoch, or even PoE 1, although I think Last Epoch does power progression better, you can get some pretty game-changing things to craft a new weapon. You get crafting shards all the time, and you can make some really great weapons to get through the campaign. I don't know. PoE 2 just didn't do it for me. Someone has fun in their game, yeah. I know I'm in the minority, although maybe not anymore after the latest league of PoE 2. Not really well received, let's be honest. Ooh, 44%. I heard they nerfed pretty much everything good into the ground. The Huntress is really underpowered, and the game is still as unrewarding and slow as it was at the start. I don't know. Look, you know, like I said, I've played a lot of Path of Exile 1. 3.8 thousand hours. I don't know. PoE 2 just doesn't do it for me. I gotta go fix my review of PoE 1 too. I rated it poorly when the game was kind of shit, and it's better now. Did you try Schedule 1? Yeah, I've played, I don't know how many hours. I pirated the game and then I bought it because I liked it, so I have played more than it says that I've played. Probably close to like 20 or 25 hours. I don't have a lot of money to spend, and it's like, well, I'll just pirate the game. If I don't like it, fuck it, I'm not going to play it. Turns out, it's a pretty good game. I enjoy it, and I want to support the developer, so I bought it. Yeah. Good game. I think that, I think the game is in early access, right? It's not fully out yet? Yeah. So I'm not going to be too harsh on it. What I can say is that the game has a lot of potential. The game does not have a lot of variety. It is very much a management tycoon kind of game. You pretty much just make drugs in it. That's about it. You know, and I hope that it gets more support, a little bit more variety. I think that it will. As it stands, you have a very good base for a really cool game that I think will be explored in some pretty cool ways. What drugs have I been making? I made one yesterday called Nightmare Fuel. And also Sweet Dick. That was pretty nice. Where did I get the inventory to close with escape? What did I do for that? Oh, I might have overrode. I think I know what I did. Probably just part of the context controls. You try some meth? Yeah, I've made a whole bunch of meth, and I'm working on cocaine now. Pretty nice. I think my value of my company is like 250,000 or something. We're working our way up. Next up, I'm gonna buy the last plot of land. I forget what it is. It's like the storage unit. The warehouse. I need to buy the warehouse, and I'll have to save up some money to get a bunch of shit in there. Yeah, so I'll probably need like 100,000 saved up. Good stuff. The game just has a really good core loop, but it is very micromanaging. And I think that once you start to automate out all of the elements, this is kind of what this is one of the things I don't want to do about Cauldron Chronicles. I don't like the idea of automating out the mini games, because that is what's fun, right? And I feel like you can get to a point in Schedule 1 where you just have automated everything, and you know, you don't have any game left to play after that. So we'll see how he handles that. Yeah. I know people wanted, like, hey, can you automate potion making in Cauldron Chronicles? I don't want to ever allow that. Because that is like the core minigame that you play. Gameplay itself is fun if there's other shit to spend your time with. Yeah, there can be, or if, you know, it was like Factorio, right, where once you have some like piece of your factory automated, you can then focus on another piece. Like, okay, I've automated creating these resources. Now I can automate creating science packs. Well, now I can automate creating, you know, something else like, you know, railways for my trains or something. It's like, there's nothing in Schedule 1 right now that after you've automated everything, you can do. There's nothing to do. And at that point, you don't need the money from like manually selling drugs to augment your cash stack, right? So that, and like every game that you play, there's no difference. You know, there's no randomly generated events or anything, or there's no weather changes, or, you know, NPCs don't have any personality. They don't change in any way. So maybe the game isn't meant to be that kind of game. It's more meant to be like, you play this once, you play it for like 50 hours, you have your fun, and then you move on to something else. However, I do believe that the game has a lot of potential to add even more gameplay to it, which I am excited to see. There's no way that escape closes the inventory. Yeah, why does it say that? I can make it do that. Just depends on what... what input priority we have for those. Hope they had more rewards for manually growing in Schedule 1, that'd be dope. More bonuses for like the quality of weed. Yeah. It feels a lot like Power World to me, where it came out, where it's like, okay, everybody's loving Power World because the core loop is good. But the game lacks variety. And if they can, you know, it's same with Power World, if they can bank on that variety, they can make a game that I think will have a lot of lasting appeal. I think Schedule 1 will be very similar to that. If you create the variety, that game will be there. And I'm excited to see it. But the guy probably does need to either... he's going to have to work even harder than he was before, because people are going to be very demanding that things release in a reasonable amount of time, or he's going to have to hire some people. Did I just see my hash? What hash? We could set the input context higher. Your grow farm? How many tents you have going? By the way, if you hang up the lights, they don't work with tents, right? You'd have to buy a separate planting pot. I haven't looked that up yet, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Don't think they do need a separate plant? Okay. I haven't needed to do that just because the growers, like the people you can hire to do it, are pretty slow. So whatever. But I might do it because the coca plants take a long time to grow. Way longer than weed. Hey, Mr. Phoebo. Making the coca? Yeah. Yeah, I just started making cocaine. That's pretty nice. Okay, that works. Enhanced input is very good. Oh, you can jump higher? Oh, that's pretty cool. I haven't needed to be stealthy or jump yet. I love cocaine, by far the best drug I've had. We're gonna get demonetized with this one. Yeah, Schedule 1 has that just one more day sort of feel to it, you know, kind of like Stardew Valley had. Very addictive core loop. So I'm excited to see where it goes from here. Let us run guns next, maybe. Beautiful. With the copyright infringement? Yeah, they I promise you that will not be good for movie games. And fuck them, to be honest. That guy didn't steal code. And I think he could probably argue that his game is different enough that it is not a direct one-for-one copy. It also has completely different art assets too. They're not going to win this lawsuit, and the guy has made enough money that he can just hire the best lawyers and litigate this, and then have them pay for his lawyer fees. I wouldn't be worried. If Tyler ever sees this, bro, don't be worried. You're fine. You're fine. And I promise you that every single person will be on your side and not movie game side. So you got this. And speaking on behalf of Polish game developers, we also do not feel very strongly towards people like movie games. Yeah, it would be like suing any racing game because it plays similarly to another. I mean, arcade games especially. How many arcade games that are there that play pretty similarly to each other? Or platformer games. Games like Minecraft. Pepsi promotes impotence. Good. Shout out to impotence. Plus, it's not Pepsi, it is Cola Original Zero. Show me the studies on that one. Okay, if that's fixed, then we can move on to the depth level. Let's go make it. He's got married, he has enough on his plate. Yeah, this one boosts potency, right? Drink Coke Zero, shit's good. Diet Coke is terrible, tastes like fucking vegetables. I only drink Diet because I don't want the extra calories. But I kind of prefer Pepsi to Coke. Okay, we'll need a new map for this. This will be depth level You know what? Let me make a new. Hold on. Let me do it this way. This will have world partition turned up by default. Movie Games SA well known in Poland? Like, have you heard of them before? Yes. Yeah. Them and Playway. They both work on shitty simulator games. And I don't mean simulator games are shitty, they work on the ones that are shitty. They're a bunch of scumbags. They will barely pay you enough money to make your game. Came out of nowhere? No, they've been around for years. If you go look up any like meme simulator on Steam, it's either going to be Playway or Movie Games. Or there's one other one from Poland. And they all do the same shit. Why are you listening to Hatsune Miku? Okay, we can run that. Let's put a begin play down. Or a player start, whatever the fuck it's called. What's the material that shows grid lines every meter? You guys know which one that is? This one? This is one of them. Kind of annoying though. Yeah, we need the ambient time of day. There we go. That's everything we need in this level. Booty full. What if we get any errors though when like trying to cheat things in? Probably some of them will error out. Yeah, current level is not validated. Not what I thought. Still adds them all though. Can't really complain then. We're gonna air out trying to find a yeah. I can do a validity check on that. See how fast I banned him? It's pretty impressive, right? Okay, let's take a look at hold on, save everything. Let's take a look at this. These are all the current ideas for the depth level that we have. I want to try to maybe rank these. By importance, or I guess value. Value is a better way to put it. Prototyping what processing an ingredient will look like, because it's meant to be like a little mini game, would be fantastic. Although I think that the GDD does suffice to some extent, but it also wouldn't be too difficult to do so. We do have like rituals. Alchemical artifacts that the player can restore by infusing ingredients into them. Maybe this is our community center type of system, like referencing Stardew, and restoring provides buffs and boosts. Alchemical artifacts that the player can restore. This could be prototyped pretty easily by, I guess, reusing the receptacle puzzle. Processing to mean like a mortar and pestle or drying stuff? Yes, exactly. Exactly. Wall of artifacts pictures whatever that the player obtains based on NPC fates. Should be distinct enough and maybe placeable in the hut. It would be kind of cool. I don't know how valuable it is. More something we can just say that we'll do. Knocking an enemy back with a concussive blast potion to hit some button or something should be very easy to prototype. And also quite valuable. Breaking the outer shell of an ingredient to expose collectible ingredient underneath. Should be doable. And I like the idea of it. That shows depth to our ingredient collecting. Aetherlight potion to reveal hidden meshes and find a route across a cavern. I mean, I think that this will work pretty simply. I don't know if it checks for a BP or anything that's hidden. I'll try hiding it in game, but keeping it visible. We should bump into it here. Just hits it. Probably needs to be a BP. I can test that. Where's hidden in game? There it be. Because it looks for the first static mesh component. The idea was like having a large chasm where you couldn't get across and you had to use aetherlight potions to try and figure out where the platforms are to jump across. I don't know what you guys think, but I thought that could be a pretty cool idea. And it might just be working. No. Why? Didn't even try to do it. Kinda weird. Static mesh component is not valid. Looks pretty valid to me. Looks pretty... Is maybe an instant static mesh component? I can print it. See if it actually returns something. Nothing. Okay, get all component, or get components. Guess I could make... Kind of stupid, but I guess I could do a tag check. That's weird to me. Let me make a new one that is just a cube. Kind of weird. Wonder if that'll show the target. Is this sending the wrong target through? It's like it's hitting itself. Hmm. I will have to ask Hotspot about that. But either way, this should be doable. Where is it? Should be doable. Burn a potion with chill on water to create ice. Basically just a swap. I mean, because we can just use a water shader on a plane, make the player not collide with it, but make thrown potions still hit it, so that when the potion hits it, it will break on the surface, and then we just do a swap, right? We can do swap the material and then swap the collision channel so that the player could walk on it then. I think that's very doable. Very easily too. Lightness potion reducing the weight of a rock, pulling up a pressure plate. Yeah, we can just wait on gameplay effect added. You know, we can because we need to hard code this as quickly as possible. And then, I don't know, remove like an interface or something, or set some parameter, and the pressure plate just wouldn't react to the potion until the effect wore off. That should be very, very simple to do. Very simple. Abandon alchemy stations that yield unique effects and flavors, or alter ones on the potion. Frozen alchemy station boosting chill effects or something. I kind of like this idea that I had, that there might be abandoned alchemy stations scattered around the map, and crafting certain potions on them might yield different effects. I think it's a fun... I don't know how you guys feel, but I think it's a fun reward for discovery. Saying, okay, I need to make the best potion I can. Let me go take it to this alchemy station that I know exists out in the wilderness. You know, that boosts like healing effects or something, and now my restore health or fortify health effects are boosted a tier higher than they normally would. That could be fun. Could it be done, though? Would be, I guess, the bigger question. I don't know if we backwards check the effects on a potion for anything. I used to have that in vanilla, crafting stations that you could only craft certain things there only, which I loved, but people bitched about that. Well, you're gonna love Cauldron Chronicles then, because we got a lot of ideas for that. Especially like with ritual altars. Being able to do certain rituals in like the desert one to craft, you know, some unique ingredient or component. That is very cheap depth that we can add, like in terms of development time, that I think will keep the gameplay pretty interesting. Frozen health, boosting effects. I think once the potion is made, there shouldn't be anything hindering us. So we would make the potion first and then boost it. And how we show that visually to the player as well, we can just boost it. So when the player looks at the potion currently in the cauldron, anything that is visually shown, we just do all the calculations first, and then we're like, okay, now check if we're at a special station that has effects. You have that in your game as well? Our alchemy system and ritual system definitely provide a lot of opportunity to do things like this. I think it's cool. I think it's cool, and I think it has value. And it also ties into progression too. So I would rate it pretty highly. Using concussive blast effects to move a heavy block around and expose passageways. I think this should be pretty doable. Here's what I'm thinking is that... Okay, I think that's pretty doable. And very easily too. If we take a top-down view, we have a room. Cube. What I could do is just place even like little scene roots on each side. And we can always go like the grid method, right? We want to go old school grid style puzzle. And when the player throws a potion, we can check hit component for each side. And I think that might be easier, just checking hit component. Put a component on each. And then just move it in the direction according to which component was hit. Because that way then we can ignore the top and bottom of the mesh. It'll be a really cheap and easy way to do it. The stuff I have people bitch about it, guess what? Fuck them. Well, I mean, I think people love depth. I think an MMO is a bit different, but you know, if you take a look at a game like Stardew Valley, people love the depth that has. Or Terraria is an even better example. When you go with grids, you could do dot product with normal calculation to determine which direction the block would go depending on the potion blast. The thing is, I want to do grids because it's easier to do certain things on each grid. It'll just be easier to understand from the player's perspective. Yeah. Also, our goal is like speed implementation, so maybe there's a better way to do it, but at least doing the grid I think will be hit component, grid will be brain dead simple. Doable. Doable. I also think it's a pretty cool idea for a puzzle. Ingredient glowing in the moonlight. That should be very easy. I mean, that should be brain dead easy. Brain dead easy, but also shows a bit more of what we can do with ingredients. I'm going to place it pretty high up. Using concussive blast to mine ingredients that cannot be handpicked, maybe destroying smaller collectibles. That should be very easy to make. And again, kind of has a similar depth to ingredient collecting that we don't have in our prototype map. So what are MMOs these days? The social aspect of those pretty much died out. They're not like they used to from a social POV. Nowadays, I see many people playing MMOs solo, so what value do they add besides just being a persistent world? Some people don't socialize or interact to make friends. For sure, with how people play games nowadays, negative progress is viewed a lot more efficiency is even more important than it used to be, and negative progress is seen as something way worse than it used to be. Sorry, I have a thing in my pants. So people just see that in a lot of cases playing solo means that you avoid a lot of the problems that random people can have, and it's harder to coordinate with friends since there's just so many more games being played. And most games do not become more efficient to play when you add another person or a lot of the non-like raid content. You know, collecting materials, what, you want to fight with another person over collecting the same materials? Nobody wants to do that. Fighting enemies, what, so you can split the XP and loot? Or you can have somebody, you know, completing story elements in front of you? I don't know. A lot of the social content just becomes really tryhard too. There aren't really many casual clans or guilds in a lot of these games, especially games that emphasize that you will need an active guild in order to make use of some of the facilities or compete with like trade levels and shit. I don't know. I prefer a good single player game with an option to do co-op like Valheim Power World. Yeah, and I think those games are generally more popular than MMOs these days. MMOs are very niche. Sadly, I mean, if you make a new MMO, it gets a lot of attention, and then it dies out, and people just go back to whatever they were playing before. People want a new MMO that I think pulls them in, but I don't think a lot of people want the drip feed dopamine games anymore. It's addictive, but they don't really have much satisfaction from it. And they're not a big fan of the like daily grinds that are required. That's where Throne of Liberty really fell apart for me, was just how grindy the game was, with really no value. I think you predict there'd be comeback of forced grouping MMOs, just don't know when or how. I don't know. I have nobody to play games like that with. Harvesting ingredients from an animal. It could be done. I mean, I can make animals interactable. I mean, they already are interactable, especially when they die. Maybe wild critters? There already are wild critters. There already are. Yeah, this can be done. And I think that kind of goes up to here with importance, because it adds depth to animals. Ingredients only available during new/full moon. Well, it's pretty similar, but it is doable. We can get moon phase. Restore essence potion, restoring magic to a device, opening a door. It can be done, but it's low priority. Fishing with concussive blast potion. It's definitely doable. %100 doable. That would be my adjusted ordering of these things. Hey, yo, shout out to Cauldron Chronicles theme song. Said your message couldn't send? That's kind of weird. Shameless plug. Hey, I spent enough money on this that I deserve to plug it. Holy shit. Was it? Well, it was expensive for me because I don't have a lot of money, but they were actually very nice and gave me a good price. What's first? Probably the cooking processing. We'll want to make like maybe a little guidance or like areas for these to be fielded off in. Let's make this proto gray. To make sure the player can't get outside the map, but even if they can, I'll just put a respawner at the bottom of the map. Or like a kill volume or something, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't worry too much about it. Good theme song. Must be a good game. Data layers, let's put this in. Depth level layers. Okay, base, wait. Data layer, depth level, base. I'm gonna make each like test a separate data layer that'll get loaded when the player, you know, like gets near to it, and then we can just place some text on the wall of different things we're testing. Cooking, processing. This should be pretty easy to do. How big does this level feel? Oh. Yeah, that would be, You want to make sure that this is loaded automatically. There we go. Why is that one not loaded? Oh, there it is. Just getting cut. Fair enough. Should be the emissive one. Do cooking, processing. Center align that shit. Let's make it big as dicks. Probably even make it bigger. It kind of looks a little liminal. Cauldron Chronicles backrooms. Asbestos ceiling tiles. Okay, let's see. This will have to be an interactable. I almost want to put this in a separate folder from blueprints, but I could just make blueprints depth level. Shove it all in there. I think we do have like we do have a data layer switcher. But I don't know if this will... I just need to make a copy of this. And we'll move that over. Instance editable. Delete this. I guess we could do on component end overlap. Check if it's the player. We'll fire off a quick function to unload all layers. What if I get child layers? Is there a way to do that? There is recursive. Yeah, that'll work then. That'll work. None of this should be relevant at all. Irrelevant, irrelevant. We just need to grab the base depth level. I think we need one more. We need the base to always be active, but we need another one above that. And so we'll do root recursively, because root will hold each of them individually. Get some fried chicken? I wish I had chicken. I wish. I do not. Okay, this is not a bad idea, except it's not going to work properly because I don't want to... Well... No, it'll work fine. Never mind. Ignore. Yeah, we don't want those to be loaded or visible. And this data layer switcher should load cooking processing. Okay. We can make it taller too. Doesn't really matter. As long as it covers. Okay. Blueprints, depth level, cooking processing. This should be just very, very simplistic. We're going to need to pull the player's input in and set it up very similarly to the alchemy station, but instead of dragging the ingredients around on the alchemy table, you will be cooking an ingredient. I might just copy the alchemy table and just delete things from it that aren't relevant. It seems like the easiest because I already have it all working for that. Bad blueprint. This is irrelevant. This is also irrelevant. We be deleting a lot of stuff. We don't need to add the mapping context for camera switching. We don't need input actions for alchemy station switching or send ingredients. Those can go away. Click and drag 100% needed. Alchemy zoom action is not needed. Unhook. It does feel kind of backroomsy though. Okay, we can delete the ingredient shelf. We're gonna break some things. Handle exit button. Not gonna matter. Delete that. Processing station. Be deleted. This is switch processing station camera. We shouldn't have to switch camera. It's just gonna be static, so I guess this can all be deleted. Spawn ingredient on table. Also not gonna be runs, just unhook that. Cauldron. Widgets. Cauldron contents. Should be fine. Gonna break a lot, of course. Cauldron checker logic. All delete. Update potion brew. Where's this? This? Oh, it's from an interface. Hey, who the fuck cares? Oh, that didn't work. That should have loaded the level. Why didn't that load the level? What do you mean the other actor is not the player character? What are you talking about? If I'm not the player, what am I? Who am I? First person character. That's crazy. Is first person character equal to first person character? The fuck? Where my table? O kurwa. I need you to load and activate. Is it because the root is not activated? It might be. That would be it. Oh. Don't do that. Technically, I think we do need some of that for the player to actually get to the alchemy table. I'm surprised we didn't have pressing E to be able to get rid of, or to get out of the alchemy. I don't know why we didn't do that. Why wouldn't we have done that? IA and alchemy. Like, we just give it higher priority than anything else. It'll consume the input. Yeah, I think all we have to do is just call that. can double check though. We still have to handle exit button. Hold on then. That might be better. Can test it. Oh, let me throw it in here. Kind of weird the way it did that. Look at that. Because it isn't higher priority. And fix. Event graph. Add a mapping context. E is switching the camera. We don't want to use E for that then. But those two are fine. Should work. Might be a couple cases where that won't work. Or even worse, cause problems. I'll just move the mapping context if it does. Let me see. I guess not. That should be fine because I handle the exit button just fine. Okay, that's good. Bonus. And then the cooking processing. Make sure to pretty much just do the same thing and set that. Should allow me to oh. Oh, because I didn't add that input action. The we. Why do I not remove the core? Kinda weird. We need to give core back to the player too. I kind of want to disable all the bullshit too that happens on startup. Disable bullshit. That's the Boolean name. Yeah, we don't want that. Fuck off with that. Also, if disable bullshit is true, run cheat. All cheat from ID. And we're gonna finish the tutorial. We don't need that shit. We will need to get player controller as well. Set input mode. Command UI. Set show mouse cursor. Do game only. Why does it try to run the throw potion if we remove default and... Where is that being stored? This shouldn't get called. MC default. I removed the default when the player's in there. Or I thought I did. Now remove mapping context default. Kind of weird that it still runs. That might be a bug. Let's list it. Player can throw potions. Oh, an alchemy table? Alright, let's throw an ingredient on here. That's weird how it's doing that, but whatever. Camera component. Well, let me zoom in on it. Check out why. No, we don't need to. We do need to be able to drag it. I'm going cast to ingredients. Maybe I should have just made this from scratch. Probably would have been faster at this point. Whatever. Getting stuck. Why are we getting stuck? It's not registering, or it's hitting something. It might be hitting the switcher here. Visibility camera. Well, you know what? It can just ignore all that, to be honest. So the only thing we needed to do is overlap pawn. That's it. Might be the reason. We're getting hit by something. The double click. Might know the problem. Oh, what's the name of the... What's it called? I know it's in the master book. Let me go find it. I don't think that's relevant. I don't know why. Sometimes these things can be weird. Now it's working. Okay, why does the not show as being toadstool? Should run setup ingredient. Did I type it wrong? ING toadstool. What? It's not toadstool mushroom. The fuck? Maybe I did type it wrong? Well, whatever. Carp works too. Carp works just fine. We just need something that will cook. Okay, do I have like a little grill? No, but I can make one? Or we should think a little bit more about how the cooking minigame would work. Would the cooking minigame work? It should be pretty quick to do. We could have like the player have to turn on the cooker. Can do like a little particle fire. You can even just like put this low below it or something. Tiny and shit. We have a few options here. It doesn't look very good. Let's see. Where is this? Duplicate that. Let's move that here. Let me just delete these. They're bright as shit. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. Okay, give me that. Make it tiny. Oh, okay, that's a little bit too tiny. I'll put some like I don't know, like a little grill over the top. Yeah, because we don't want it to fall through to the bottom. It's gonna be a bit ugly. Proto gray. We don't have that like cauldron checker. Oh yeah, it is here. Let's delete that. We don't need that. The fire is a little bit high. Might reduce that down just a tad. A little bit overzealous. Almost absent. Okay, for the sake of ease of testing, I'll just put a collision box on here to prevent them from falling or getting a little out of whack, you know? Let's put it right below the surface. "45 people and so quiet." Well, they're just chilling. They're just chilling. We like our lurkers. The interactable. Should be right above them, but right below the surface. Yeah, that looks good. And we're gonna have that ignore all traces. Block world static and world dynamic. And dragged ingredient. Oh no. Just that should work. It'll function. It should function. Let's see now. Do we want failure states on the processing? Honestly, I think not. Or at least not for now. So I'll do a separate collision box. That as long as the ingredient inside is inside of there. Where can we show like a little timer? I could also do a separate ingredient just for this that is like 3D. Let me see what I have. I mean, it could be done. I don't see why not. Where does bitch at? Where my fish? Why is it red? Oh, wonderful. My voice is starting to go. Okay, go to cube. Reset that. Not so cubey anymore, are we? Where's the cheat that speeds us up? I mean, as long as it has collision, it... Maybe it doesn't have collision. Yeah, it doesn't. No, it does. Oh yeah, I can't simulate physics of complexes. Okay, one sec. Good enough. Looks so dumb. Hey, but it's working. That's the important thing, right? Too tiny, though. That'll work. Okay. Where is the material here? This just needs to be super hard-coded. New box. Ignore traces. Ignore all of those. Okay, let's double check this if this actually works. Other actor is equal to... Let me think here. Quickest, cheapest way, honestly, is just a tick. Yeah, where's my tick? Get the overlapping the actors, grab the first one of ingredient, what I call it, test. If it's valid, just start by ticking below for me. What is this oh, it's probably considered a dragged ingredient. Hold on. Although I thought that we switch it. back, but maybe not. We're gonna see. I'm gonna put the print down to 0.05. I know we do some wonky things with collision while the player is dragging the ingredient. Oh no. Once it's dropped, though, it is considered something else, probably a physics body. That's not gonna be weird, right? The root drag is really weird on it. I can fix it. Maybe that fixed it. Being wonky. Yeah, it's better. Okay, we're testing it. What I want to check could include like a little progress bar above its head while it's cooking. We could require the player to just move it around a bit to speed it up too. Let's think here. Fuck that, get rid of that. Fish is fine, get rid of that. Don't need this. Don't need this, don't need this. Fuck that. Get out of here. Don't need this. Or that. Get out of here. Okay, let's do... cooking progress. If it's overlapping, can we also check its velocity? If it is using physics. Okay, it is. do once. And set the time to it. Let me grab the component. Set new time. Between 0 and 5. Let's also... I'll print the progress too. Maybe that'll be easier than like making a widget, although the widget will be easy to hook up if we have the progress, so not really a big deal. It's not much extra work. Is equal to ingredient test. Stop and reset. Let's do a lerp. Already 0 and 1. Just print it. Something will inevitably be broken with this. That's okay though. We will fix it. First, though, before we even do that, I want to just print velocity. It has no velocity. Why does it have no velocity? Grill me, Daddy. Why does it have no velocity? Okay, we don't need that feature. We don't need that feature. Okay. Nice to have. Not part of the MVP though. Minimum viable product. As some might have heard it. I wonder if that if you moved it around it cooked faster, but whatever. Who give a fuck? Oh, I would have liked to keep that printing for the moment. Oopsies. Okay. We just ran out and finished, honestly. Whatever, I mean, they'll both work. Who the fuck cares? I always just have this do once. Don't care. Needing to ask. Well, maybe I should do that. Quickly grab it. Cast to ingredient test. Set ingredient ID. ING carp CO. Set up ingredient. And I'm also going to make a duplicate of cute little fish boy here. I'm just gonna make him look cooked. Export that, please. And let's go and find him. Oops, not what I wanted to do. We'll try an overlay. Little, little sickly. I don't know if it's a good cooking color. Like a golden brown. More reddish. That's good enough. Poop fish. You've successfully cooked poop fish. Fuck off. Nobody cares about paying for Adobe. I think it exported. Yeah, we're good. You think any adventure games should do updates or DLCs? I mean, after time passes, so you have new content already coming soon. They need more money to keep updating next game, but it's hard without DLCs. Indie adventure games? Like which kind of games? Adventure is a pretty broad category. Like Enshrouded. Those games usually do have some live service model. I mean, they're live service games like Enshrouded is. Once is, I just need to update the material. Use a different texture here. The fuck did I name it? There we go. That was weird. It was like labeled as a virtual texture. That was awkward. Got better icons? Do I need better icons? I think it's still called cube. Set material. Which one is this? Okay, that should work. Very crude and rudimentary. But I think this will be a very good simple test. It kind of blends in with the table, doesn't it? Well, it works. That works just fine. What is this? This whole map is just a test map for publishers to see. Here are some cool things we'll be able to do once you give us money. That's it. So players will not see this. It does not need to look good. It does not need to function well. It just needs to function. So that does not look very good, but it does function, which means it passes the test. And that's about all there is to it. You get nothing, publishers. Yeah, this is good enough. I think what I'll do is just try to make it so that when the player re-interacts with the table, we can reset this. And we'll respawn a new cute boy. All scripts are just for one to be cooked? No, they're a lot of this was just I just repurposed the alchemy table because I already had the functionality of moving ingredients around at the table. I figured that would be the easiest thing to do. And it wasn't really, but it did work, so can't complain. Okay, spawn ingredient on table. That's gonna spawn the wrong one though. But I can repurpose. What is the technical difference between cooking, crafting, and alchemy? Well, there is no crafting. Cooking is a form of processing an ingredient, and alchemy is the base action that you're doing. And we've had in the GDD for God knows how long that we wanted these to be. What the fuck is this? Gotta hear multiple pages. Yeah, we've had forever that we want them to be mini games. You can edit it now? Edit what? Watch Full Metal Alchemist. It's a little bit different than Full Metal Alchemist. Quite a bit different. Six hours after stream, do I feel tired? Mostly hungry. Mostly hungry. G, carp, and spawn transform. Where's the spawn? This is it. Ingredient spawn point. I could give it some linear damping. No, we just need some angular damping. I'm gonna try 0.5. That should help it from flipping over too much. Hey Justin, I hope this branch you just caught. I want it to flip over. Why is it doing that? Rotation. We just need the location. Yeah, that's good enough. That is a very crude representation of the cooking. Fine with me. They're gonna have to make hundreds of potions, so we don't want that to be too involved. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Roll. Pitch, yeah. Which one? Because it was kind of spawning a little bit awkwardly here. Let me try this. Bless you. Well, thank you, kind sir. That's not the right direction. Clearly not the right direction. So it is the yaw. I can never remember what the one is what. Yeah, that'll work. Good enough for me. Okay. That's one thing done. On player and overlap. We're gonna unload the shit out of this, so let's unload all layers. Cooking, processing. Oh. Okay. Oh, well, I need to load the level. That would help. Okay, cooking processing should be good. What's the next thing that we can prototype here? Mark that as done. Knocking an enemy back with a concussive blast potion to hit some button or something. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we can do that. That should be pretty easy. Hopefully. Okay. Hey, Casper. I have about 30 to 40 minutes that I can stream, because I'll have to go a little bit, meet a lawyer today. You know, divorce. I'm kidding. Just for immigration stuff. Ooh, boom. Yeah, it's nothing exciting. Spend money so they can tell me how I can be in the country. What are you gonna do? Wanna make that effect? If you have time? Yeah, we could do that. Then I can close that bug out. Caught me at a good time. I'm in the middle of making the depth level, but it is all made. Let's go do that. Okay. So I made the trait, and it should be there. It should be had. I am giving it granted effect GE healable. Is it world partition? Yes, the depth level is world partitioned, and I'm using data layers, and I have a blueprint for switching data layers. I copied this from the undead, and I just switched the tag. I didn't know what to do after that. So it has the tag. Make new effect, okay. Where did we put, in status effects or in something else? Maybe in like tag effects. Can be a copy of the last one. Healable, so they just make a copy of this? Okay. What do we want to call it? Like healable effect or something? Or whatever? Oh, this is tag after. Okay, so healed. And then we'll just give it that tag, switch it out like here. Okay. Traits. Fuck it. Use restore health tag. Whatever. Ебать-что. Okay, what do we do now? What's our plan? Restoro. Was the old one. Put it back to what it was. New component. Not a new modifier, new component, okay. Grant tags? Apply additional, okay. Like that. Okay. I didn't see it applying this though. This effect, because it was like an instant effect. Maybe there's a secret to it. Hover on require. The fuck is on require? What's a quote for jest? One of the required source tags? Tags that the source must have for this game play effect to apply. Which you should have. Oh, leave empty, source is player. Okay, that's awkward. Go to the effect of healed. Not spam. He's helping me. Don't worry. Kotspur doesn't like to write text walls. Show other components. In here, there shouldn't be any other components. What do you mean look for more components? Okay, require tags. Application tag requirements must have healed. Must not have. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. No, that's right. Must have healable, must not have healed. That way it only applies once, right? Okay. Do we still want to do the grant tag to add? Well, I guess so. Okay. I noticed though that the restore health potion doesn't make like a radius. Need to change order if this doesn't work. But it should, okay. Kind of weird. It's like, why not target tags granted to actor and then have like requirements for that? That's how I would build it. Put it all in one. Kind of weird. Stop. What? It would make it better. Can't deny that one. Okay. What do we do now? Bad designer. Test it. Do we need to change this though? To instead of gameplay effect added, bind it to like tag. Gameplay tag change. Custom gameplay tag, and then we'll check if that's a tag. I can keep it effect? Okay, we'll do it this way. Good designer, shut the fuck up. Hey, I can work in Unreal better than most designers. I might not be perfect. Is that a tag? No, it's...
Shiitake?
Good question. Some shiitake for me. Thank you for that. Healed. I think is what we want to check here. Trying to save up your points, or I'd spam shiitake every stream. You can at least play it once per stream, right? Oh, it did work. Let's all check and just access none trying to read the property. Okay, we'll just do a validity. When in doubt, do a validity check. Just put a validity check between every single node in Unreal. Don't do that. Okay, I was just checking the same thing. I just want to make sure that it's not going to react to other things. It shouldn't, though. I mean, it does react to that, of course, but it doesn't heal. And should only heal with restore health. Beautiful. Beautiful. Restoration doesn't spawn fields. It doesn't create field of healing. But she should heal all enemies in radius. Oh, okay, so it is. It's just it's not going to spawn the sphere. Could we still spawn the sphere either way, though? Maybe just for, like, debugging? If not, report bug. Let me hurt an animal. And then I'll try throwing this at, like, the ground or something. Here, bitch. It did not heal in a radius. Yeah. No work. Report bug. Okay, I report to you, sir, Katzber, a bug. Declined. Is he afraid? Where is he going? Oh, I'm back now. Yeah, their hit animations are kind of kind of weak, aren't they? There's still some line traces happening too. Gotta make sure to disable those. Here, bitch. Man, he got porked. Added them because animation sucked. Of their hits? Did it? Does it? I thought it was okay. This one is kind of hard to see, isn't it? I mean, it would be better if we, like, had him, like, do, like, a boar rush or something. That would be a lot more noticeable, but vertical. Okay, I did not spot your thing, but this is a perfect time to check because I don't have anything else to do. You said it has to be raining, though, right? Is there a specific location that I have to look around for if it's raining? No. Comes when he is needed. Okay, well, I'm gonna prepare with some potions. He's not harmful. Why do I feel like that's absolutely not true? Just creep? What, like Slenderman? He's gonna like show up behind me or something? Yeah, hold on. Hopefully he won't get stuck. You can hear him? Skyrim. I mean, I see Abor running around. Bugged or not downloaded his behaviors. I should be on the latest. Hey, Frostard. How you doing? I can kill this bitch. Oh, he almost dodged. Oop. Get out of here. Ooh, boartooth necklace. Yeah, acrobatics skill increased. Cooking breakfast for lunch right now, dude. Nice. There's never a bad time to have breakfast. Where should I look around the map, Cuthbert, for where he spawns? You saw him? Did you? He was stuck on rocks. How large did you make him? Oh my god. He is an absolute chungus. He is Lizzo. He might be the most massive unit that I've ever seen. Oh my god. He is humongous. And that is sexual harassment. No, he does not like being hit. How big is his capsule? Better drop some rare shit if I kill him. I'm out of potions. He's not dying. Cheater. Cheater, cheater. Tiny dick eater. My god, dude, he zooms away. Oh, he despawned. Oh, it must have been 20 seconds after, He can attack me back. He wasn't attacking me back. He just wants to play. Will that have punch mechanic where you can punch for 1 damage to finish them off? Maybe. We'll see about it. Right now, forget like the damage values. The intention is for 1 to 2 potions to be able to kill most enemies that don't have any special mechanics, like you know, like a special shield or something. So I just haven't gone through to update those damage values, especially because this is like Concussive Blast 3. This should do a significant amount of damage, but we just have it on default values. If I change weather back, okay. Good place death animation. Does list him as dead though. Let him get me back. If we can find him. He will come to me. Yeah, just like Chat's mom. Edgy jokes. Oh my god, he is super massive. He doesn't fight with me though, he just runs away. You like the beach ball, sir? Wanna play? Oh, there it is. He's hiding. He's doing a great job of it. Sir, come play with the ball. Oh. The ball went down. Why don't we have a spawn beach ball cheat? Also, I should have removed the nav mesh from these. He is a big chonker, isn't he? I want to know what loot you have, sir. No loot. No, I will have to fix that. Loot! Rare ingredients. Legendary boar meat. Oh, he disappeared. Full ad loot? Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. There was a great meme with Trump with that add his whole fight loop. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see. To find Dark Souls music. This game does have some pretty good vibes when it's raining and stuff. You are able to hear the weather near to the top of the water. One thing I made sure to do was to not allow the any music to play if you have like a storm like this, so it'll just kind of immerse you in the atmosphere. Also get some nice snow. The auroras will come out during that too. Make the rain sounds yourself? No, I did not. No, I'm not good with anything sound related. A little bit chilly to be swimming, but, you know, we tough it out. Wasn't cried so much. Have many raindrop sounds made in-house. Yeah, I took a little, like, eyedropper and I just dropped a drop of water 1,000 times. So we have 1,000 different variations of raindrop sounds. That'd be pretty hardcore. Oh, what is that? Cow dung? Where's their poop? Got stuck. Poop in chest. Thank you for the poop. We don't have the water breathing effect working yet, so. You are allowed to swim underwater as much as you want right now. Only mouth breathing. Spoiler though, there are some trapping spots down here. There is a chest back here too, though it's a little hard to see. Here, I will eat an Aetherlight potion. Ooh. Frenzied Elixir of Weightlessness. And a pudding heart. That's a pretty nice find. Can't complain. I don't know if any of these are good ingredients to fish with here. Maybe they are. It feels like a combo between Skyrim and Minecraft. Skycraft. Yeah, I'll take it. We do want it to be pretty chill. Yeah, I don't know what fish bait to use here. Oh, hold on. Got a blind floatfish coming. Nice. Free fish. Good night, see. This week begins anew, how are we? I'm getting pretty excited for pitching. Where is the altar of Kek? Here it is. Praise Kek. What a dumb game. Dirty water. Ooh, yummy. Let's drink some. Yummy. It doesn't do anything. Pitch tutorial, it's really high quality. When are you going to be pitching? Anything in the diary? We will be pitching in about a month and a half, roughly. A month and a couple weeks. That's when we'll be starting pitching, and then we will be continuing pitching throughout the rest of the year. We might have to come back and, you know, do some improvements on things. But we're hoping that, you know, we can just show this and say, look, we need a lot of money to finish this game off. But we hope that, you know, two people with not enough time or not enough skills to make this dream come to fruition have done enough to pique your interest. Nice. You know, I wish I could boast a massive world with tons of depth and all the things we want, such as the seasons and tons of NPCs, but you know, time is money. Got enough money for the funny to be throwing the bag at you? Dude, thanks. Thank you, Nightsy. Last year when we had barely anything, we already had more than most developers have when they go to pitch. We're hoping this year, if they have anything bad to say about the game, it can't be anything related to how complete it feels. Which pretty much just leaves them to question whether or not the game itself is an enjoyable premise, which I hope that it is. I think people like alchemy games, they like RPGs. But they like the two mixed together. Does the premise of changing adventurers' fates with the potions you make, you know, you're not playing the main character, they are the main characters. Do people like that idea? I don't know. I hope this torch is interesting enough that players will wonder about the crystals in this village. It is a puzzle. Imagine the first stream you done. So I was working on Saturday, I was listening on and off, so I might have missed it, but you're aiming to market it as a cozy type game. I think it definitely was more intended originally to be towards a casual market. Now, I think it's very different. And I think we're aiming for like a mid-core audience. But it is still, we would want it to be cozy. It's not hardcore. It's not like there's crazy death mechanics or anything like that. Explore the world, have fun, make some cool choices with NPCs. PvP mod. Hey, if we can allow modding, I 100% will allow modding. At some point we can pure crystal meth, I'm all in. You'll be able to do some pretty nasty things with potions. I can say that for sure. All these effects might be able to change NPCs' fates. Do I have anything with Concussive Blast in it? I do not. I do now. Only a potion? A defending poison. Yeah, I want to drink that. What does that taste like? Oh, I died of poison. Oh, that makes sense. Don't drink poison, you won't die of poison. Who would have guessed? Organic soap with alchemy. Turn people into zombie. Hey, our NPC system allows for some pretty crazy things. What's the game called? This game? This is Cauldron Chronicles. We even have a nice little main menu. With our theme song too. You can play with the animals too. They like it. They like the ball. Zombie Chronicles. Oh, here he comes. No. There he goes. Kind of wish we had like a little hoop I could try to kick the ball into. We have the ability to play solitaire on start menu. You know, I would love the little mini games like that to pass the time. Because, you know, some of the emotions we want to tackle are like loneliness. Like, you know, just living out in nature and not having anybody to talk to. And the moment that, you know, that starts to set in, that's when we want to spawn an NPC and have you talk to that NPC. That way, that's your source of socialization and learning about how the world is and what's been going on. And I think having like little things to do, little activities to pass the time is nice. PvP. No multiplayer. That's already we already have enough challenges on the plate for that. But if you want, I can click the multiplayer boolean and turn it on. That's as easy as it is. Only you spawn and fight. RPGs you've seen with very unique styling of mobs and creatures. A lot of RPGs. We just had like Avowed, for instance. Was stylized. High fidelity stylization though. We do have the day-night cycle, and I think weather can spawn in the main menu if you sit here long enough. I don't remember though. I might have turned off random weather. Would be cool though. Good song. Adding new templates? Yeah, they are. I'm pretty excited to check them out. Well, how people do first step with enough variety of templates. Yeah, I saw the side scroller one and it looked pretty nice. Especially the camera. Making a platformer with a good camera is probably one of the hardest things to do. Plus it was 2.5D. It's always nice. Well, I will say tomorrow we will continue with the depth level. I think that we're making good progress with that. We have the cooking processing done, and we can start on knocking an enemy back with a concussive blast potion. That should be significantly easier than making that processing station. And we'll just try to nail these down one by one until the end of the week. And then that'll be it. And then we can start working on all of the documentation. We have a lot of documentation. This weekend I'll be meeting with Cuthbert in Krakow to start on some of that. So mainly like a feature list, a budget, milestone plan. Since you have an i9 Ultra, how fast are the shader compilations general? Very fast. Very fast. It is very nice. Documentation will be interesting. The good thing is I've already done most of it before, so we just need to determine how many people we need again. And I think that will start to push up the budget from 3 million to closer to 4 million. We know that we're going to need more people, especially to handle stuff like the combat. My time will be very limited, but the good thing is if we do our vertical slice well, I will not be very needed for low-level design. And most of the high-level design has already been determined, right? It's like, okay, here's how the alchemy system works. Here's how the system works. Just look at the prototype level, follow the bare bones documentation because we won't need anything too crazy, and go from there. But we'll likely need 2 designers, not including me. We're probably going to need 3, 4 programmers. Maybe just oversee everything and step in when necessary. Yeah, pretty much I'll just be the creative director for the game. You know, if I have time, I'll handle like the balancing, but that's what... If I don't have any time for design, 2 designers should be enough to handle this game. If I do have time for design, then I can help relieve them or, you know, work on some things myself too. But I want to assume that I will not have any time, which might be the reality. Sadly. But I feel like I've already done some of the design with the prototype, so... Hopefully, also yes. I'll help you get your work done and help you get off. Alright, quick tug for you. There you go, back to work. So fucking stupid. Tempting, but, you know. Exactly, that's the right reaction for that. Wish you're not gonna have time, but you will care. You worry about it so much. Every KPI you do, I add 1 pump. Horrible. Let me write this method before I forget it. Depth level. Using concussive blast to move a heavy block. Check hit on component. Put 1 component on each face of block. Move on grid by hard-coded meter amount. I'll do it. We're gonna give a bonus, I guess. Being a top performer comes with some benefits. Then, here's the thing. I will probably do bonuses. I cannot promise like rev share to anybody just because I cannot promise that we will make enough revenue to share. You know, I'd rather make enough money that we can sustain the business and keep people employed stably, and then just give out bonuses when we have enough money to do so. And I think that's more fair than promising a revenue split for a game that I cannot promise we will make revenue off of. Stream had 1 action per minute, but I really learned and analyzed a lot because of it. 1 action per minute? I'm getting faster. You gonna give me $100 after you'll gain 1 million players? I will give away so many game keys in this chat if we have 1 million players. If we make 1 million sales of this game, that will reach the target that I have for the game. With, you know, because we plan to do like a price per unit of probably $30, 30 to 40. And, you know, 1 million players is 40 million gain there. Minus 12, so it'll be 28 after fees from Steam. Pretty good. Publisher, let's assume, takes half that, 12.5. We're left with 12.5. Minus taxes, probably 10. That'll be more than enough to fund the next game. Any other release platform? Yeah, I would like to after PC. I would like to come to whatever current gen consoles there are. Steam Deck. Switch 2 maybe. Although I wouldn't charge people $80 for that shit. Fuck off. UBI launcher. Probably not gonna happen. Yo, last streamer friends who love this kind of game, as soon as it comes up on Steam, I'll be throwing recommendations all over the joint. Dude, thanks. Thanks, Nightsy. I'm hoping that we can just, like, all the people who love RPGs, the people who are, like, maybe 25 to 45 years old who miss the days of your choices actually mattering in RPG games and just want to, like, sit down with a cozy single-player experience and vibe out. That's our target. That's our audience. The golden profile, honestly, it's like somebody like Carnage. Most important question, will the game work on Steam Deck? The moment we have vertical slice, I would like day one Steam Deck compatibility. And our vertical slice will be our demo, so the demo will work on Steam Deck. Alright guys, I would love to stay longer and answer questions, but we can always talk tomorrow. I have to go to a lawyer, so unfortunately I do have to get going right now and upload the video. But thank you for chatting, and thank you again, Evan MMO, for the raid earlier. Really appreciate that. If anybody's still hanging around from that, cheers, and let's give a shout out to Evan, another streamer. Slash shout out at Evan MMO. Go give him a big ol' heart, and have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Stay warm, stay awesome. I will see you tomorrow where we will continue on the depth level. Peace, guys. Peace. Take care. Stay sexy. Play Schedule 1. Don't spend $90 on games. Pirate them instead. You can. See you guys. Bye-bye.